Kita berikan lebih banyak. Sudah. Ya. Mandema. Meeting है अनिश्चित Yang de ahí, como
Ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to all of you who have gathered here to witness the inauguration ceremony of iPUMSE 2021, Peradeniya University International Management Research Sessions, organized by the Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. iPUMSE 2021 is the second biannual conference organized by the Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, and this year, the faculty has decided to conduct the conference in hybrid mode due to the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic situation. Therefore, the inauguration ceremony will take place at the faculty premises, and the technical sessions and the business forum will be conducted virtually. We are truly elated to bring you the live visuals of the inauguration ceremony from the faculty premises. And at the same time, it will be broadcasted live on our YouTube channel titled iPUMSE and also on our official Facebook page as well.
University of Peradeniya is the heir to an high-charge university tradition which commenced with the inception of the University of Ceylon, the first institution its kind established in Colombo on the 1st of July 1942. The Faculty of Management is the youngest and the ninth faculty of the University of Peradeniya, which has a long history when it comes to the management education in Sri Lanka. The University of Peradeniya, which was established in 1942, commenced providing management education since 1962.
Today, the Faculty of Management comprises 5 departments, namely Business Finance, Human Resource Management, Management Studies, Marketing Management, and Operations Management. It intends to expand its portfolio in line with the development taking place in the field of management and accounting. And today, we are about to witness the second biannual conference, which is organized by this youngest faculty of this prestigious university, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka.
Now we would like to brief you the day plan of the conference. Please note that the given time slots are in accordance with Sri Lankan times. So from 8:30 a.m. to 10:15 a.m., the inauguration ceremony will be there. From 10:15 a.m. to 10:45 a.m., the break. And from 10:45 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., the keynote address will be there. And from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., the technical sessions will be starting. And 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m., again the break. Next, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., the business forum will be there. And 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., the closing ceremony will be there.
මොනවද අජිත් අන්තර්ගත කියන්නේ අජිත් මොනවද කියන්නේ ඒ ටිකටින්නේ අර ටිකටින් වලට මං එවෙන්නේ නැහැ අජිත් අද
Now, we are witnessing the moment of the flags being hoisted by our dignitaries. The national flag is being hoisted by our chief guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman of the University Constitution of Sri Lanka. And the university flag is being hoisted by our guest of honor, Professor Eki Lama Vansal, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya. And the faculty flag is being hoisted by Professor E.M.A.S.B. Eknaikar, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya. Now, our chief guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka. The guest of honor, Professor F.D. Lamavansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, and the other dignitaries for today are being ushered to the auditorium by the traditional West dancers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently witnessing the arrival of Chief Guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka.
He also received by the Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Dean, Faculty of Management, and all other dignitaries.
The organizing committee of iPUMSE 2021 is in the process of ushering them towards the auditorium of Faculty of Management. May we rise and please welcome them amidst us.
From now on, we will be handing over the live transmission.
As you all can witness, the organizing committee of iPUMSE 2021 is ushering the Chairman, University Grants Commission, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, and all other dignitaries towards the auditorium of Faculty of Management. And ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce the arrival of our chief guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, together with Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Dean, Faculty of Management, and all other dignitaries. Dear distinguished guests, please take your seats at the auditorium. Ayubowan and a very pleasant morning to all of you. It's a very warm welcome that we would like to present to all of you for the Peradeniya University International Management Research Sessions 2021. The University of Peradeniya, the premier Sri Lankan academic institution renowned for excellence in teaching and research undertaking, annually opens up its research sessions to a wider national and international research community.
As an extended effort of that, in the year of 2019, the Faculty of Management hosted the first international conference, iPUMSE 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are here today to witness iPUMSE for the year of 2021 that will bring together eminent scholars from numerous disciplines, creating a platform to share research-based knowledge and build partnerships and collaborations to advance scientific research.
Unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. So the pandemic has accelerated trends in remote working, e-commerce, and automations, increasing the levels of value co-creation, producing more and more innovative benefits to the society. Despite all the obstacles, we are here today to mark another thriving edition of iPUMSE, headed under the theme of value co-creation in crisis. I would say a very seasonable aspect given with the COVID-19 situation. So that this year's conference will be conducted on a blended mode of both on-site and via digital platforms, running 8 parallel sessions in the technical session under 4 tracks, namely as HR transformation and organizational agility, operations excellence and digitalization, sustainable finance and governance, and value-added marketing and innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, iPUMSE 2021 will also be featured by a business forum that will surely add more glamour to our research conference.
With the sophisticated technological advancements, we will be live streaming iPUMSE 2021 via our official website. We are extremely pleased to announce that in this year, we have received more than 60 submissions, and out of that, nearly 50 papers went through the double-blind review. Thus, today marks the apex of a hard journey, which we have come across for months and months. Ladies and gentlemen, as the time is now for us to formally commence iPUMSE 2021. So we would like to get started with the university anthem. May we please request the entire gathering to rise for the university anthem.
Peradeniya sarsavi janani. Mahaveli Kumariya Kurula Vibhushita Kusum ke kulu vipu arunata vikasita Sana hamu gitu gosini Peradeniya sarsavi janani. Peradeniya sarsavi janani. Peradeniya sarsavi janani.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. As per the customary in this part of the world, we commence any auspicious occasion with the divine blessings of the traditional eye lamp, and that light will be a testament to ushering positive energy for iPUMSE 2021 as well. First and foremost, I would like to very respectfully invite to light the traditional oil lamp Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chief Guest for iPUMSE 2021, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka. So please proceed towards the traditional oil lamp.
Next, I would like to invite Professor M.D. Lamawansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya.
Professor W.M.T. Madhujit, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya.
Professor E.M.A.S.B. Ekanayaka, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya.
We would also like to be joined by one of the directors representing the postgraduate institutes of University of Peradeniya.
One of the deans from other faculties representing all other faculties of University of Peradeniya.
Also, we would like to invite Mr. R. Maheshwaran, the librarian, University of Peradeniya.
On behalf of the Acting Registrar, University of Peradeniya, I would like to invite Mr. M. Ekanayaka.
And also Mr. A.M.N.B. Arampath, Bursa, University of Peradeniya.
Professor R.H. Kuruppuge, Chairperson, iPUMSE 2021.
Finally, one of the heads of the department's Faculty of Management.
Thank you everyone for joining us with the lighting of the traditional oil lamp. The COVID-19 pandemic has turned around many transformations in terms of jobs, work processes, opportunities, and threats. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we believe it is the high time to have a little glimpse at the host of iPUMSE 2021 being centered at the pandemic and its expedition since 2019. We will have a quick watch at that video.
No me la cuente. Todo nos corre, abuelita. Aquí estoy, mi reina. Aquí estoy. Orando, Señor.
Past 2 weeks, the number of cases of COVID-19 outside China has increased 13-fold, and the number of affected countries has tripled.
Of global catastrophe doesn't look like this. Instead, it looks like this. If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus.
It's not a competition between countries, but the most urgent shared endeavor of our lifetimes. It's humanity against the virus. We're in this together and together.
මේ කොරෝනා වසංගතයේ යම් ව්‍යාපාර අවස්ථාවන් විදිහට විශේෂයෙන්ම අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම මේ කොරෝනා වසංගතය හැම දැන් උදාහරණයක් වශයෙන් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන හැමෝම පාවිච්චි කරන මාස්ක් නිෂ්පාදනයට පෙළඹෙන මේ වගේ මේ වසංගත තත්ත්වයන් හැමෝම යම් යම් ව්‍යාපාර කටයුතු ව්‍යාපාරයෙන් තම කටයුතු සිදු කරන ආකාරයේ යම් යම් උපක්‍රමශීලී කටයුතු නැත්නම් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ස්ට්‍රැටජිස් ඒගොල්ලන් යොදා ගන්න උපාය මාර්ගවල වෙනස්කම් අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන් වුණා. ඉතින් අපි හිතුවා මේවර මේ පරීක්ෂණ සැචී තීමාව ලෙස අපිට ගන්න මේ value co-creation in times of crisis. Management is the youngest faculty of the University of Peradeniya, established just 6 years ago. During our short existence, we have achieved several important milestones in teaching. For instance, we have achieved the highest grade, grade A, for the program review conducted by the University Grant Commission, the Quality Assurance Council in 2018. And also, we have promoted the outcome-based education and learner-centered teaching to highest level through the head grants that we have awarded on a competitive basis. Now, research orientation of our faculty is also a high priority.
Greetings from Sri Lanka. Peradeniya University International Management Research Session 2021, iPUMSE 2021. So this conference is organized by Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. This is an biannual conference which is organized by the faculty members. Full day is reserved for this purpose. The conference is basically recognized in 3 main parts: the prayer session, then the track sessions, and finally the business forum. Having this particular theme to generate very good research inputs and also researchers with very good implications at the end of the day to solve most of the issues experienced by the corporate sector as well as by the government sector. So we received, or we rather finalized, 50 extended abstracts for this time for iPUMSE 2021. So in line with these 50 research extended abstracts, we can see that there is a higher level of intellectual curiosity is being generated throughout all the papers to address our theme very effectively. And also, we like to tell you that there is a higher degree of international collaborations are also available, and there is a bigger chance for further research as well with respect to all the 4 tracks that we are dealing in iPUMSE 2021. So we would like to actually extend our heartfelt gratitude for all the authors and also for the reviewers for their generous support in conducting this research as the editorial committee. And also during the conference, you will be able to generate very good insights for you to share your research ideas with other researchers, academics, and also the policymakers. in a global setup today. So with that, we wish all the researchers and the presenters a very productive iPUMSE 2021. And also, we believe that all of you will be able to generate very good research outputs at the end of the day of iPUMSE 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, hope you received an idea about the main theme of our today's conference. As the youngest faculty in the University of Peradeniya, we do make sure that we are flourishing on a daily dose of basis and in ensuring that undertaking researchers in an academic sense makes a boundless value addition. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we would like to call on the following dignitaries to grace at the head table. We would like to start off with our chief guest for today, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka. Sir, please proceed towards the head table.
Also, we would like to very respectfully invite Professor M.D. Lamavansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya.
We'll also be joined by Professor W.M.T. Madhujit, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya.
Professor E.M.A.S.B. Ekanayaka, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya.
And finally, I would like to invite Professor R.H. Kurupuge, Chairperson, iPUMSE 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, next in our agenda will be the handing over of the conference proceedings. To do so, I would like to very respectfully invite Chairperson, Editorial Committee, Dr. B.A.N. Eranda, to join us in the front of the head table to present conference proceedings.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while the other conference proceedings are being presented to our distinguished guests, to formally welcome you all to our iPUMSE 2021 for giving us your presence of gift, let me very respectfully invite Professor R.H. Kurupuge, Chairperson, iPUMSE 2021. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you, and greetings from Sri Lanka, those who are joining with us virtually from abroad. Chief guest of the conference, Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman, University Grant Commission, Sri Lanka. Guest of honor of the conference, Professor M.D. Lamavansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya. Professor Terence Madhujit, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya. Today, keynote speaker of the conference, Professor Andrew U. Panibretto, St. Petersburg State University, Russia. Professor Atula Eknaika, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya. All the directors of Postgraduate Institute of University of Peradeniya. Deans of other faculties of University of Peradeniya. All other distinguished guests, invitees, presenters, and all the participants who are joining with us, both virtually and physically. So first of all, let me wish you a very happy day for you. It gives me an immense pleasure to be in front of you to give you the welcome address for Peradeniya University International Management Research Sessions 2021. iPUMSE 2021 is hosted by the Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya. As you all know, we started iPUMSE in the year 2019, and today we are having the conference for the second time with a timely valued theme of value co-creation in crisis by considering the impact of the pandemic on businesses. Due to the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic in Sri Lanka, the organizing committee of iPUMSE 2021 decided to conduct our second international conference via hybrid mode. Accordingly, as the organizing committee, we invited scholars to submit their research papers starting from the month of July 2021. We received around 60 papers from diverse countries of the world. So after the double-blind reviews of papers, around 50 papers got accepted to be presented at iPUMSE 2021, which also consisted with 10 international papers. On behalf of the organizing committee, iPUMSE 2021, as the chairperson, it is my honor to privilege and warmly welcome our chief guest, Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka. Sir, your presence gives us an energy to iPUMSE 2021. Thank you for the gracing of the event. Then let me welcome the guest of honor of the conference, Professor M.D. Lamavansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya. Sir, your presence here gives us an inspiration and encouragement. Let me welcome Professor Terence Majudit, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, to the iPUMSE 2021. We appreciate your presence in the conference. The beauty of the research is to see what everyone has observed and to think what nobody has done. So let me recognize our keynote speaker today, Professor Panibretto from St. Petersburg State University, Russia, who is connected with us virtually. Sir, we are looking forward to hear from your word of wisdom for today as well. I am pleased to welcome Professor Atula Eknaika, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, who is behind and in front of all activities of the faculty. All the directors of postgraduate institutes, deans of other faculties, the directors of centers, other guests, invitees to the iPUMSE are welcome. Finally, I would like to warmly welcome all the presenters, participants who are joining with us virtually as well as physically to make this event a success. Once again, let me offer a warm welcome to all of you connected with us today virtually. To wind up my welcome speech, let me pay my gratitude to all members of the faculty, university, and others who immensely contributed to make our iPUMSE 2021 a success. I hope that you will find the iPUMSE 2021 extremely productive and inspiring. I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very sincere and warm welcome. Now, I would like to very respectfully invite Professor EMASB Ekanayaka, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, to address this gathering. Over to you, sir.
May I seek your permission to remove my mask? A very good morning to all of you. Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, the Chairman of the University Grants Commission and the Chief Guest for iPUMSE 2021, Professor Andriy Panibrato, the keynote speaker from St. Petersburg University, Russia, who is joining online with us today, Professor M.D. Lamavansha, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, and the guest of honor for iPUMSE 2021, Professor Terence Majidi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Directors of PG Institutes, my fellow deans, Directors of Centers, Mr. Ekanayaka representing the Acting Registrar, the Bursa, the Librarian, Heads of the Departments, Professor Ravi Kurupuge, the Chairman of iPUMSE 2021, Ms. S. Yamuna, the Secretary of iPUMSE 2021, Chairpersons and members of the Organizing Committee of iPUMSE, the chairs and coordinators of the panels, academic staff members, the Assistant Registrar, the Senior Assistant Bursa, non-academic staff members, presenters, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Faculty of Management, let me very warmly welcome every one of you for Peradeniya University International Management Research Sessions, or iPUMSE 2021. We are fortunate to have Professor Sampath Amaratunga with us today as the chief guest for iPUMSE 2021. And personally, I am honored to have you with us today, sir, as a teacher of my undergraduate degree program. You were one of my favorite teachers and taught me microeconomics and development economics for my first degree. We are also very much thankful to Professor Andriy Panibrato for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote speech on a virtual platform. We are also delighted to have our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.D. Lamavansha, with us today. Sir, this is the first time you have visited the Faculty of Management after you have been appointed to this prestigious position, and we are very pleased as it happens today. I also would like to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Terence Majidi, a close friend of Faculty of Management, the directors of PG Institutes, my fellow deans, including Professor Sarath Kodituaku, the newly elected Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, who is also one of my teachers at the MBA degree program, directors of centers, Mr. Ekanayaka representing the Acting Registrar, the Bursa Librarian, panelists, and other participants to iPUMSE 2021. The Chairman, sir, I'm very pleased to share with you the progress of our faculty over the last 6 years of our existence. After our BBA Honors Degree Program has been graded A by the QAC Program Review in 2018, now we have got an opportunity to accredit our degree program under Erasmus project of the university. So for this purpose, we have selected AACSB accreditation provider, and I am sure that we can further improve the quality and relevance of our BBA Honors Degree program with this accreditation. Also, through the faculty ahead grants, we have improved the facilities significantly, targeting outcome-based education and learner-centered teaching. In particular, we have established 3 centers through these funds, particularly targeting the employability skills, enhancing employability skills of our undergraduates. For instance, the Center for Skills for Life is aiming at improving the soft skills of our students. The Business Incubation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Services Center targets improving entrepreneurial skills of our students, while the Management Educational Resource Center aims to enhance the analytical skills of our students. Sir, we are very pleased to inform you that today afternoon, we are presenting before a team of the World Bank virtually about our project, being the only project selected from Peradeniya for this purpose. Also, sir, we have obtained the university approval for our master plan to expand our faculty. And in phase 1 of the master plan, we are planning to increase the current intake of students from 175 to 500 over an 8-year period by introducing 5 more new degree programs, in addition to the 5 degree programs that we offer currently. Out of these 5 degree proposals, 2 are at the Quality Assurance Council of the UGC, 1 at the Senate level, and the other 2 are at the faculty level. We have also commenced our postgraduate programs through establishing postgraduate unit of our faculty 2 years ago, and now we got more than 100 applications for our 3rd intake. Although we have a great potential and interest to expand our faculty, the lack of physical infrastructure, particularly the space, hinders our progression. So we are pretty much aware that the government is experiencing severe financial constraints due to ongoing pandemic situation. However, we would like to inform you about our willingness and ability to expand our faculty, provided we get the required facilities. As a faculty, we are also very keen on developing research. As we have majority of young staff members, we want to develop a research culture at the faculty to make sure that they continuously engage in research and publication. We also believe that it will help to improve the quality and relevance of teaching. In addition, we got our BBA Honors Degree program curriculum revised to make dissertation mandatory consistent with the Sri Lankan qualification framework. And we have also research-oriented degrees offered at the PG level. So these are the main reasons why we have initiated the Peradeniya University International Management Research Sessions, or iPUMSE, in 2019. This year research theme was identified as value co-creation in crisis, considering the hardships faced by the businesses owing to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So in this conference, there are about 50 papers presenting at the technical sessions under 4 different tracks. Also, we have organized a business forum, providing the industry experts a platform to discuss the theme of the conference in a more practical aspect. So thus, we have identified the theme of the business forum as value co-creation during crisis, crafting and executing strategies to build organization resilience towards sustainable growth. I'm confident that this mixture of research to be discussed at the technical sessions and their applications to be discussed at the business forum will provide the audience a true learning experience. I have also no doubt that the keynote speech of Professor Andrew Panibotro will add further value on the theme of the conference as well as on our conference. So I congratulate the presenters for being selected to present your paper at iPUMSE 2021. And I look forward very fruitful technical sessions with a lot of discussions and debates. I believe that these sessions will be a good experience for our students as well. Before I wind up my speech, it is my duty to thank the hardworking organizing committee headed by Professor Ravi Kurupuge, secretary, chairs, and members of various committees. Without your untiring effort, this conference will not be a reality. I must also thank the assistant registrar, the senior assistant bursar, and all the members of the non-academic staff for their continuing support. Once again, a big thank for the chief guest, Professor Sampath Amaratunga, chairman of the UGC, Professor Andy Panibatro, the keynote speaker, Professor M.D. Lamavansha, the guest of honor, and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, and all the other distinguished gathering for grace in this occasion. Thank you, and a great day ahead.
Sir, thank you very much for your insightful words and the immense support extended from the scratch of organizing iPUMSE 2021. We are very much grateful for you, sir. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, University of Peradeniya, being an innovative and a proactive academic institution in Sri Lanka, we are highly dedicated to developing a research culture at here. Therefore, to add more glamour to iPUMSE 2021, my esteemed honor and privilege is now to invite Professor M.D. Lamavansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, to address this gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the University of Peradeniya, it is my honor to welcome all of you. Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, the chairman of the University Grants Commission. I don't know, sir, how you find time to attend to these things which is being held outside Colombo, and knowing your extremely busy schedule. And also, he's, I would say, the best person to be the chief guest at your research sessions, and knowing his interest with the interest of your faculty. When I made the courtesy call soon after assuming office here, and in open air because of the COVID in front of his building downstairs, he's told me two things. One is that Peradeniya is a university that we are looking forward to lead the country. And then at the same time, he said, Professor Lamavansa, you have a big task ahead of you. Second thing he said was the research. He said, we need more research from University of Peradeniya, although he was to a certain extent happy with the outcome so far. So in that background, so your presence here is highly valuable, and certainly, and we would do our best to align with the vision of you and the University Grants Commission, and to fulfill the national needs as a responsible university in this country. And we have got a keynote speaker, Professor Andrew Panibatro from St. Petersburg. I'm extremely happy to welcome you, sir, as well. And all the academic and non-academic administrators who are here, and academics, non-academics, students, the researchers, and ladies and gentlemen. It is true that this is my first visit, official visit to Faculty of Management, although I have made unofficial visits without you noticing and walking around, and sometime after hours. And first visit is because you did not want to change your dean. And all the faculties, 7 of them, which decided to change the dean, I visited and interacted them for hours. And also the Faculty of Management. Your dean visits me more often than, I wouldn't say more often, he visits me enough to the extent that we can deal with the Faculty of Management. Not that the other deans are not visiting me. And you have got a visionary as the dean. And then you have a vision for this faculty, and like for the other faculties and the postgraduate institutes. And certainly, and I was discussing with Professor Sampath Amaratunga, UGC, and also the university at the center will do our best to help realize your vision. And now, always you mention that you are young. I don't know what the meaning of that young. And when you have old people around and young people say, you know, these people are useless and they are too old. When you are young and others say these are very young faculty and there is nothing much is happening and they have a long way to go. When you are in the middle and no one cares for you, and neither the young guys and nor the older people cares for you. So where are we as a young faculty? I thought, of course, you have got young group of academics and supported by few senior academics. What is the meaning of that? Does that mean you are poor? You don't know what you want to do? You don't know what you are doing? It is far from truth, sir. I'll just give you a couple of examples coming from my experience. I come from the second batch Ruhuna Medical Faculty. We did not have anything, not even a building like this. For 3 batches, there was only 1 lecture hall, and also that was used as a laboratory, and also the tutorial rooms. We had few teachers. The teachers from other discipline contributed to the teaching in the discipline that we were short of teachers. We did not have all the clinical facilities in Galle, and we were sent to different hospitals, including Colombo, to spend time. And to learn anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, the first 2 years, half the batch was here at Peradeniya, the other half, including myself, was at Colombo. So it was so chaotic in a sense. And of course, there were problems in the society as well. But we got involved with teaching and uplifting our faculty. And also we wanted to prove as students that we are a worthy bunch of students. If we did not have that faculty established, I always said that I would not have become a doctor, because my first choice was not Ruhuna, the youngest faculty. My other choices, I did not get Colombo or Peradeniya. So I'm grateful to that faculty, and also we want to show that we are a worthy group of people. After long years of postgraduate studies and all that, I'm very happy to say of the 18 batchmates of mine, 65% became specialists in this country and in the history of medical education in this country. And this is the highest percentage of consultants produced. Speak to Professor Lamabal Surya, he will tell you, sir. So that was our commitment. We did not have any, but the commitment of our teachers, although scant in number, and the commitment of students. And it is not only that. We have, I think, 7 professors now, serving different universities, and 1 permanent secretary currently. It has produced 2 vice chancellors, and also 3 deans, and established new faculties and new departments. And that is the beauty of the second batch of Ruhuna. And faculty of management here should not feel shy about or distracted for being a young faculty. And the second experience that I have is in establishing the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences here, amidst a lot of problems and resistance. And I was the acting head nursing from surgery. I had to go and do that. They had problems, no hospitals, no this, no that. But what is it today after 12 years or so? So from 2007-8. And I have interviewed, sir, recently to promote 2 or 3 academics, superb, sir. They can match and they will become professors in a couple of weeks' time, and they can match anybody in the world in the chosen field. So that, and one thing I told the students was that you can pick it if you want to, you can go on the road if you want to, you will ruin only your life and not my life. If you cannot comply with the education that we provide in whatever the meager facilities we had, sorry, chum, I'm going back to my medical faculty, I'll do something meaningful. Of course, the students time and again had agitations because they did not have all the facilities, but I often see them in working in different hospitals in Colombo. You go to big hospitals, these radiographers, the nurses and the MLTs, and most of them are from this faculty, and they do a very good service. And I hear this from the administrators there, and also the senior doctors who work in those hospitals. And then look at Waimbra University, the Faculty of Medicine, as a founder dean. And it was an honor and a privilege for me to have been given opportunity by the UGC to work there. There was nobody to tell us what to do and what not to do also. And we had the opportunity of establishing all the best practices that we have cultivated. And during that process only, Professor Ekanayaka, I looked at your program review, and that is the time that you got grade A. And I learned a lot from that as well. And also that helped me to prepare while I was at Waimbra, our program review documents, self-evaluation at Peradeniya Faculty of Medicine. And 2 things about Waimbra: no disruption. The students do not want any disruption. Number 2 is everything goes according to the schedule, and the Waimbra, until the COVID came, well ahead of other well-established medical schools, including my own medical school. I'm proud to say that. And the third thing is, and came the second MB's examination, and we invited as many external examiners as possible from other universities. Did extremely well, those students. And I'm sure, I don't know whether Professor Vasanti, but a lot of teachers went from, and she was involved in developing curricula and all that. The third thing is, and not only that, they got involved in extracurricular activities and competed with the other medical faculties in the country, and they won certain medals. So that is the commitment of both the few number of teachers and the students. So this section that I just explained was created during, I was listening to Professor Ekanayaka and the others saying that we are a young faculty. So I'm very happy that you realize that you are a young faculty, that you can outsmart all the other established faculties, including where the chief guest comes from. That is what I want from you. Next few minutes available. And why research? Because you are discussing, and this is the second time as a young faculty, you have established an international research forum, which is to be conducted annually. Isn't that so? And how nice. So you have all the opportunities to introduce best practices, which you have already made. And why research? As far as the CEO of this institution concerned, and it's an institutional requirement. When we interview, nobody says, I'm not going to do research. Say, I want to teach and I want to do, high-end research. All of you have promised in front of 6 or 7 people that you are going to commit yourself to research. Some time ago, when I heard this from a couple of teachers in Faculty of Medicine, no, sir, our primary duty is to teach only. I said, what did you tell at the interview? Sir, what do you mean? So it's an institutional requirement, not only teaching, the research, and also the service to the nation. That is what the universities are for. So therefore, if any of the teachers wants to say that, and don't listen to that kind of teachers, and you might have 1 or 2 not in your faculty from outside. And then, of course, for your promotions and all that, and you need to contribute. And there are those who are intrinsically self-motivated. And I think that is the most significant reasons why one should do research. So the torch and the key is with you. There is no one else to tell you what to do. That is what the academic freedom as far as the research is concerned. As Mahatma Gandhi said once, quote, be the change you want to see in the world. I would rephrase this, be the change you want to see in yourself. And the academic administrators, including the dean and the vice chancellor, only help you to a certain extent. You say there are problems in these young faculties. I have disagreed in my initial deliberation. However, there are problems, I understand. There's no established culture. Is it good or bad? I don't know. Sometimes it is good so that you can create culture. You may short of role models, but you have got good role models in this faculty. And only fewer number of academic staff, you may not have enough time to engage in research. How do you do this one? Identify it as a priority, both at IPUMSE and also the Peradeniya. I said we should allocate 25% of dedicated time for research. Faculty of Medicine, high-end researchers did not bother about it because they are doing research anyway, whether it is 25% or 50%. Those who are not doing that much research, they were the people who opposed. The reason? If you have dedicated time given to you in your time, in your calendar, then there cannot be an excuse saying, sir, we don't have time. So therefore, some of those did not like. And Professor Ekanayaka, despite you having only a fewer number than you require, that I don't know whether you have done it already, that is something that I can think of which will have long-term repercussions in improving your research. And there are the common excuses, no funds, no this, no that. Several of our researchers in this university has been included in this 2%, the highest end in the world. How did they achieve this one? Did they have all those things that what others are asking for? Not really. They started very low key, improved themselves, wrote grants, applications, and all that over a period of time. Institution would have helped them through, but not differently to the other teachers. So that the opportunities were available to all the teachers to reach that level. So if you start today and yesterday, you wouldn't get that. So that is how we have got several teachers being categorized under first 2%. It's true that we have funding issues and we can allocate some funds from the capital, but when capital funds come, we don't think of research as a component in it. We think of a building always. Buildings are good sometime, and as a dean or the vice chancellor, you can say, I have put up this building. Is that what we want? Shall we look at how we maximally utilize these buildings, but allocate more funds coming from capital allocations to conduct research? And Chairman Sir, we have got bond violators funds, and we have already requested you to consider that circular and to allow us to use bulk of that funds for to support our researchers. It has limited its scope, although it is supposed to help researchers. And how else can we get funds for research? If you generate, there is no limit for you to spend that on research. So why don't we generate more and more, and all of us can do a bit more to generate funds. And we may have got an underdeveloped support system, being a young faculty, but there are a lot of good examples around, and there are many people, and the senior academics heading those organizations are here, and I'm sure they, if you need, and they are there to help. The other problem that can happen is that you can work in silos. the university trying to encourage interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. And therefore, there is no reason when we have 9 faculties and very high-end research culture for you to work with them. And at the same time, and there are a lot of advantages that the young faculty has. I'm not going to explain all those things. You have got all the fields available in front of you. And you can study and the research in businesses in entirety. And there is nobody to limit you. There's no one to boss you and no one to say no. And no one to prevent you from doing what you want. And also, there's a strong possibility of establishing your own system. And don't think that the system that we have in the university is the best, but we are addressing these things now and to streamline the systems so that some of the work that you are trying to do in research can be made easier. For example, you might want to come out with innovative ideas. Now you say, you need to fill in a lot of forms and it's cumbersome and all that, okay? And how has it come up? It is because 1 or 2 may have not behaved to the extent expected by the university regulations. When that happens, the answer is you tighten the screws more so that the 99%, the majority who have been decently handling these research grants also get tightened. So we need an answer to that one. Of course, one way of doing that one, maybe that using your unfilled vacancies or earned funds, you might want to appoint somebody who can actually deal with these things at the faculty level so that the researchers could be supported heavily. Or else we can relax it, right? But at the same time, if you relax what we have, then there has to be a serious repercussions to those who violate it. That repercussions cannot be just sending a letter. So otherwise, what will happen is all the people, 99% of those who adhere to all those policies in this relaxed environment will be at a disadvantage. So these are some of the things that we are debating. And Chairman, sir, I have got a very active group of senior academic and non-academic administrators. I'm blessed to have such a group of people, and we are working hard to improve our university, as you initially mentioned. Then, I mean, there are a lot of things, but I don't want to go into those details. Only few more things before I wind up. What are the institutional commitment? And you will have full support, as I said earlier, to change your faculty. You might want to, I'm sure you must be having journal clubs and things like that in your departments and research seminars in your departments. In a young faculty like this one, a small number of people, and why not have a research cafe? And there you discuss, and these are what is happening in other parts of the world. And I have seen some senior foreign experts contributing to you, and you have the full liberty of inviting them, and we will provide all the local logistics, and also I'm sure that we can provide even the air travel so that you can have a person to help. We did this in Faculty of Medicine. I got one senior person to spend 2 months at the faculty and went through the whole system, and we revamped the system, not to the extent that he wanted, and that helped us to get more research output and more professors. And if you look at, and I'm not representing Faculty of Medicine, but due to all those efforts, and in this university, the highest number or the percentage of research come from Faculty of Medicine. So there are a few things, very small things that you can do as you have young brains to change your course. Rigid institutional barriers, we will try and address, and we have a mechanism for commercialization. In South Korea, they don't look at the research grants without thinking of a product commercialization. That is their aim, not just a research article. So being a faculty of management and having high-end teachers, I should not be trying to teach you how to manage yourself. And what we will try to do is to facilitate all your efforts and also try and avoid delays. And you have already seen the efforts taken by the central administration to avoid delays, minimize delays. And I expect same thing from the faculties, academic and non-academic administration. And finally, so I think once again, I appreciate your commitment to help us to improve this national institution. And it is not only the COVID, but in general, even without COVID, as far as the research is concerned, the future is unknown. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. However, it is brought forth, that is, the future is brought forth by an evolving present, for which you have the blessings of the Vice Chancellor and the best wishes to achieve your goals. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for that thought-provoking speech. And your presence here today is a great pleasure and an honor to us. Your insights will be truly inspirational. With that, I would very respectfully invite all of our dignitaries at the head table to take their seats in the front. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, next in our agenda will be an entertainment performance by a group of talented undergraduates of the Faculty of Management. And we at the Faculty of Management believe promoting their multifaceted personalities. Well, it looks like the performers are all set to entertain and engage you with their talented performance. So we will now reserve the stage for our young undergraduates.
Heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. You don't really care for music, do ya? Constellates the for the beat, in minor chords, the major lift, the baffled king, the boss in hallelujah. 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 Unadi nadu injeevan vadude ulavan swasam mochu serude un kaigal thorum monodi in kangal thorum neetude un maadil sadu saage thodude oh oh Nadi nadu injeevan vadude tulamalum swasam mochu serude Anuvalava nagennepa gangata udin handavata mudun liya yatin poluve umahedei anuntitama kanda kapa handapaya sandaras chahanata vadinna sandailin nage gape pipigo මගේ පැලට ඇයෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න මගේ පැලට ඇයෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න මගේ පැලට ඇයෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න ಮಾಯದೇವಿ ಚಂದ್ರಯಾಗೆ ನಿಂದದೇವಿ ಓದುರವೆ ಮಾದೆ ಆಲೆ ನಾವು ಹೀನೆ ನುಮನೊಯ್ ತೋನೆ ಮಹಾದೇವ್ ಮಹಾದೇವ್ हाँ महादेव मेरू नमके दो आए महादेव मेरू नमके दो आए கண்களுக்கு சொந்தமில்லை கண்ணோடு மணியானாயதனால் கண்ணை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை நீ என்னை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை सराट पैरों से भीड़ी जरा खोल नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे ढाई ढाई धम धम ढाई नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे ढाई 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 धम ढाई खिड़खड़ात आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से भीड़ी जरा खोल नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे ढाई ढाई धम धम ढाई नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे ढाई ढाई धम रेखा खट खट बाज दस तक बोला अब तक आया तब से हम देखे रात अब तू खोल बाहें आजा उमड़ घूमे प्रेम चले मोरा मन गुंजे रे बालम की बोल गाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय गाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम हाय खिड़खड़ात आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से भीड़ी जरा नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम
What a beautiful and an exciting act was it. And ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed that energetic performance by our young undergraduates. So a very big thanks to our undergraduates for their hard work and commitment. Right at the outset, ladies and gentlemen, is the long-awaited moment in the agenda. And I think it's now the high time for us to pay our attention to our chief guest for iPUMSE 2021. And it is indeed an honor for us to introduce this distinguished and renowned personality in Sri Lanka. To introduce our chief guest for today, I now have the honor of inviting Ms. Varuni Edirisuriya, Head Department of Human Resource Management. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Yasransi, and very good morning to you all. I'm profoundly delighted to take this opportunity to introduce the chief guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, the Chairman of the University Grant Commission, Sri Lanka, to the International Peradeniya University Management Research Session 2021. Professor Amaratunga completed a BA Honours in Economics from the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, an MA in Economics from the University of Colombo, an MSc in Economics of Rural Development from Saga National University, and a PhD from Kagoshima National University in Japan. He joined the academic staff of the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, and his service in the university spans well over 30 years. Professor Amaratunga was appointed as the Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura in 2008, and he served until 2014. Professor Amaratunga then served as the Vice Chancellor at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura twice and functioned as the Chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors and Directors. During his term as the Vice Chancellor, he made significant contributions to strengthening the university standards. Professor Amaratunga was instrumental in establishing 3 new faculties at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. And also he established the Invention, Innovation and Venture Creation Council at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura after recognizing a gap between the industry and the university education. Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga was appointed as the Chairman of the University Grants Commission on 2nd January 2020, where he has been serving in the position to this day. Professor Amaratunga was instrumental again in bringing forth certain progressive changes to the University Grants Commission as well. Professor Amaratunga is an expert in rural economic development and has received numerous honors, including the Kyushu Society of Rural Economics prestigious Research Excellence Award in 2002. He has over 75 refereed publications to his credit, both locally and internationally. In 2017, he was awarded a Doctor of Philosophy from the Dharma Buddhist University, Malaysia, and 2018, he was the first and only Vice Chancellor in Sri Lanka to receive the Vidyodaya Dharmashastra Vibhushana Honorary Award for his contribution to the country and the Buddhism. In September 2018, he received the CPM Management Leadership Award in recognition of his visionary leadership, commitment, and dedication to university education, administration, as the former Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Professor Amaratunga is not only a visionary academic, but he is an all-rounder who excelled in sports as well. Having been a keen sportsman from the days of his alma mater, Ananda College, Colombo, he developed into being the best player in cricket and won colours during his undergraduate days, and later functioned as the president, Sri Lankan University Sports Association from 2009 to 2010. Moreover, Professor Amaratunga is loved and respected by the academic community, especially by the young academics on whom he has managed to wield a profound influence due to his character and leadership skills. With that being said, I have the honor to invite our chief guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, the Chairman of the University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka, to address the gathering. Sir, we would be delighted with your expertise and knowledge in every possible way. Thank you very much.
Very good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. Professor iPUMSE, Vice Chancellor of this prestige place, and also the former Sri Lankan ambassador to Russia, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Ekanayaka, Dean of the Management Faculty here, and all other deans of University of Peradeniya, distinguished academics, registrar and his team, postgraduate students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the VC, Peradeniya, for inviting me, and also Professor Ekanayaka. So I was delighted to come here. At once, VC Peradeniya invited. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it happen. The same day, we had the commission, which I cannot change. So I said, I'm very sorry. Then Professor Ekanayaka contacted and asked whether I can come. Then I immediately told Professor Ekanayaka, please tell VC that I am coming. Then I contacted Professor iPUMSE as well and said, I'm coming. Little bit of history, Professor Ekanayaka, during 2010 to 15, I was in the commission as one of the commission members. During that time, Peradeniya established this faculty. So I have visited during that time to settle down some of the matters that you had at that time at the Faculty of Arts. So we are very much happy looking at the progress of this young faculty. So Professor Ekanayaka categorically mentioned that faculty is trying to get AA CBS, which is the highest accreditation that a management faculty can get in this world. Very few business schools are now in this category. So I wish and pray Peradeniya to get the accreditation. So that means you are in the correct path. There is no two words. Within 5-6 years, when you plan to get AA CBS, it is marvelous. So Vice Chancellor pointed out, I'm really happy if Peradeniya can overtake everybody. So that is the mentality that we have to maintain in this country in order to have a better place. So yes, I taught Professor Ekanayaka several years, but he is smarter than me, that I would say. I have brought some figures to share with the audience. This is especially for last 2 years. We all are now in a pandemic situation, a new normal situation. We have never ever experienced this pandemic situation. It was 2020 March. His Excellency the President wanted to close down universities. Then again he wanted to somehow continue education. So I said, sir, if at all we are going to continue education through online, the biggest problem is data for students. If you can arrange data free of charge for all universities, we will be in a position to activate education. So I was in the final year 1987, just 2 weeks to start the examination, closed down universities for 3 years, then started again in 1990. So in the CV, when you write your period, everybody asks, maybe you have repeated yours. So you have to have another footnote and explain the country situation in order to overcome that issue. So we are very lucky. I mean, as Sri Lankans, thank you very much. Academia established this continuation of education. I think we have done the best of our ability. And we have taken students in 2019. And today we are going to register for the next batch for 2020 A-levels. So sharp at 12, we are going to open registration at UGC. So maybe in January, at least medical faculty or other few faculties, you can start. So you will get the list online very soon. And I'm going to discuss about the money matter after this inauguration. Shall we go to the information? Yes. We'll go to the next slide. Look at this. 2020, March, we were zero. No video conferencing at all. We have not used to Zoom or any internet teaching. It was zero. But after 20th of March, you can see the upturn. Now we conduct massive amount of classes. Most of the students today, when you ask them to come to the university, they send emails to UGC asking us to stop, asking university to conduct examinations physically. They want to have, distance learning. So they are adamant, they are adopted for teaching and learning in online methodology. You can see there are upturns and downturns. So Jaffna University conducted a data collection, another research regarding facilities available for students using their arts faculty undergraduates. They have found 47% of students have computers. Others doesn't have instruments, proper instruments. But attendance for lectures, 99% average. The reason is they are using their smartphones to listen to lectures. I believe that is the enthusiasm of higher education in this country. They come to roads, they do a lot of things. They come to see me also openly to Colombo. But when it is come to education, they have this enthusiasm. They have never ever criticized this online methodology of teaching. They always wanted to continue this education. So thank you so much, academia and administration and non-academic staff as well from University of Peradeniya. You have done a tremendous support. So this is today's situation. Since we have slightly open, you get this downturn. You can see every downturn has huge a momentum to take up the challenge and have a huge upturn here. So at the beginning, when we started this teaching online, government given the facilities, that is free data. everybody started using Zoom methodology. Then we came to know Zoom is located in US. Even though you have classes based on your LMS, when you start Zoom, that goes beyond your web and you have to pay for data. It was a massive problem at that time again. How to overcome this? Then learn, Professor Ragel, from your own engineering faculty and few academics from Colombo, UCSC and Moratuwa, they got together and they have given a solution. They wrote to Zoom company in US requesting a parallel development at University of Colombo. So they have agreed, US Zoom company, they have given the permission for us to build our own towers at University of Colombo to facilitate free of charge this service to everybody in the country. So we have done it. Then from 2021, January 1st, we have paid and received some massive amount of accounts. That is the way how we manage. So this is actually unbelievable. Everybody criticizes everywhere. This is not happening. This is not up to the standards. And this is lethargic, unproductive. But when you look at higher education, so we have done the maximum contribution to the nation during this pandemic situation. Shall we go to? Okay. Next also. Again, next. Look at this. Those who are doing well, now recorded. Each faculty, each university, each department, now in monitors. You don't believe, Professor Lamavansa, one national university in this country, they take 7 years to produce a general degree graduate internally in a science faculty. I don't want to tell the name of the place because now the place is recovering at the moment. Do you believe? They take 10 years to offer a special degree. 10 years. If you come at the age of 18, you can leave at the age of 28. Unbelievable. I have gone through all institutional reviews, no records. They have not tabled the academic calendar properly to the Senate and to the faculty as well. 10 years. 10 years. There are few who have not finished so far. This is in Sri Lanka. But with this mechanism, this digitization shows our performance as well. So if you are not performing as a university or as a faculty, so at least we can ask why, what's wrong with the place? Any facilities needed? Anything needed? To that effect. Shall we? Okay, next. Next. Again. Look at this. This is updated. This is Scopus publications. You can see 7 national universities. Peradeniya, according to the diagram, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5th. You publish more than 500 high quality papers. Colombo, more than 550. Look at Moratour. The reason is I studied how they increase this massive publication rate. The reason is whenever they have a conference like this, they link the conference with Scopus or at least IEEE. Then at least 75% of your papers automatically publish in these Scopus databases. That comes here, that account in ranking. That is not a difficult task. If you have the graduate faculty, they can take care of everything. For an example, that is the way how they have reached this highest publication amount. So you can say Srijavardhanapura, we were less than 50. Just to imagine 750 academic staff publishing just 50. Just you imagine. I was looking at this data and studying where to take the university to the next level. How? When I realized the social science base is very, very heavy. 80%, more than 85% is social science. Sometimes every day fights in student community, everywhere. So I made the balance. Then started overnight 25 research centers. 25 research centers. Those who have common interest taken into one group and form 25. And every year I used to give 200 million from our own earnings for the research fund. I plead and request those who are doing high research, start managing research. Don't just sit and write papers, do calculations, get few people, research assistants, start new degree programs, research-based programs, ask students to come, and they come with various problems. Foundation Institute, they pay this amount for research assistants. Okay, we will double it. Then deans complain, we don't know actually what is our research base. Because when you get 750 rupees as your annual increment, most of the scientists won't write what they publish during the year. Just to get 750, it is more than enough just to mention your workload. How many tutorials, how many practicals, how many classes, so on. Change the mentality. I said, I will give you 100,000 rupees if you bring a Scopus paper. Made the change overnight totally. Keeping that in mind, actually, I have contacted Professor Lamavansa because this is set up in this country as the residential university. Residential university. Do you know your institutional H index is the highest? It is 148. Sri Lanka's highest institutional H index is yours. Colombo, somewhere 125 or something. You can find. You have to calculate. You can see Peradeniya. High citation growth. Highest. Colombo is next, even though in Webometrics they are number 1. So there are 3 universities at the stagnant stage. I don't know whether they know all these things. If I go, actually, I bring all information, updated information, and present in places like this. You can, sorry, the previous one. 138, your H index. 110, Colombo. The highest institution to have the highest number. Okay. Here, I have studied which area you get more papers, which area. Otherwise, you cannot divert funding. Studying your whole list of papers on Scopus into these small segments. Medicine 31%. So, Professor Ekanayaka, look at this. Try to become number one. Yes. Yes. So, this challenge is visible. You can see. Actually, UGC is having a concern to establish some kind of authority inside universities to work on ranking, because our websites all run by honorary basis. We don't have web managers. Why we don't have web managers today? So Ivor Jennings have not established that when he established these universities. So still we have that same cadre. No web managers, right? No brand managers. Actually, I used to talk to the treasury, telling them that without having a good brand manager, how can Peradeniya bring the brand to the world? Is it the responsibility of VC? No. We must have a brand manager there. We must have a good brand manager. Then they can bring the brand. So everywhere in the world, everywhere, people come to the stage like this backdrop. So we are in line with working with Treasury. So hopefully we will get those most important, significant positions very soon. So if you have an establishment to study this information and distribute among faculties, individuals, and give guidance, directions to the Vice Chancellor, if you can have a separate agenda item at the Senate level, this is high research, how to promote this. I think we will be able to go up to at least 500 within very short period. You are close to 1,500. Please. Okay, this is Jaffna. Okay. This is Sri Jayawardenapura, Moratuwa, Colombo. Sorry, this is Peradeniya. This is Webometrics. Okay, these are the sources. So thank you very much, Professor Lamavansa, inviting me. What an atmosphere you have, the learning pleasure at University of Peradeniya. You can't find this anywhere. You can't find this. So the results also expected from Peradeniya in a massive way. So you have all the potential and credibility and the national endorsement as a university, the quality is concerned. So thank you so much again.
Thank you very much, sir, for that meaningful and informative speech. And also, sir, your presence here is very much of value to us, and we all know that you are packed with a tight schedule, but nevertheless, you made your way through here, and it is a great strength to iPUMSE 2021.
Sir, we are very much grateful for you to gracing this event, and hence I think we should not let our chief guest to leave in free hands. So please please arrive to the stage, and there is a token of appreciation that we have arranged for you. So to present the token of appreciation, I would like to very respectfully invite Professor M.D. Lamavansa, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, and VC sir will be accompanied by Professor E.M.A.S.B. Ekanayaka, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya.
Thank you very much, sir. Organizing an international conference in this immensity is that strenuous. Hence, the forces behind the culmination of iPUMSE 2021 cannot be unrewarded. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me very respectfully invite Ms. S. Yamuna, Conference Secretary, iPUMSE 2021, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. So our Honorable Chief Guest, the Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, all the prominent guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is a privilege and a great joy to stand here on behalf of the Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, to deliver this vote of thanks at this inauguration ceremony of the Peradeniya University International Management Research Sessions, iPUMSE 2021. I would first like to express utmost thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, the Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Lanka, for gracing us with his presence and delivering the motivating address. Sir, we highly appreciate your presence and for delivering a source of encouragement where it really matters. I owe a special gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor M.D. Lamavansa, the Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya. Sir, we highly appreciate for being a source of strengthening to our faculty in this university, and also for the insightful words. Next, I convey my thanks to Professor W.M.T. Madhujit, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, for his presence today to grace this occasion and for giving his support to make this event a success. Sir, your mere presence here speaks volumes. It is with heartfelt gratitude that I wish to recall the invaluable guidance and excellent leadership provided by Professor E.M.A.S.B. Ekanayaka, Dean, Faculty of Management, in organizing this conference. Sir, thank you very much for your great leadership and hope you will continue to support us in the future too. My most profound appreciation goes to our keynote speaker, Professor Andrew U. Panibroto, Professor, Department of Strategic and International Management, Graduate School of Management, St. Petersburg State University, Russia, for the time, invaluable thoughts and insights. Sir, although you are not here today with us physically,
I am sure you are connected with us through the online platform. We are really grateful to you, sir. Professor Avi Kurupuge, the chairman of the organizing committee, iPUMSE 2021, who has been a champion of this important event, even in the focus of challenges. Sir, your efforts made where this event is concerned are outstanding and are certainly held in our highest regard. My heartfelt thanks goes to all the other deans of the faculties, University of Peradeniya, and the directors of the institutions and centers of the university for their presence. Dear sir, madam, we are grateful for accepting our invitation and attending this event in spite of your busy schedule. A conference will not be a fruitful one without eminent resource person. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Professor Nalin Abesekara, Department of Marketing Management, Faculty of Management Studies, Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor Uday Kumara, Department of Accountancy and Finance, Faculty of Management Studies, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka, Professor Rashan Ajwad, Department of Accounting, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, Professor Bandara Vaninayaka, Department of Marketing Management, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, University of Kelaniya, Dr. Nilakshi Galahitiyava, Senior Lecturer, Department of Decision Sciences, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, Dr. Rajitha Silva, Senior Lecturer, Department of Human Resources Management, Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, Dr. Mayuri Athapattu, Senior Lecturer, Department of Human Resources Management, Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, Dr. Asela Kulatunga, Senior Lecturer, Department of Manufacturing and Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, for being the session chairs and for their continuous support. Dear sir, madam, our sincere thanks for your support towards this event and also for agreeing to participate in our technical sessions. A big thanks to all the head of the departments, Faculty of Management, for your ideas, support, and encouragement that shows your commitment to the mandate of iPUMSE 2021. I greatly appreciate the extensive effort of the chairs of the committees and the members of those committees. Each and every one of you deserves our gratitude and appreciation for the excellent work you have been completed. The works you have done helped the conference to move forward and eased our tasks during plenary meetings. The reviewing process would have not easy if we did not receive the support from the internal and external reviewers. So let me thank them for the commendable review made to ensure the abstracts at iPUMSE 2021 are at high quality. Ms. Jayanta Dharmasiri, Acting Registrar, University of Peradeniya, Mr. Arampath, Bursa, University of Peradeniya, Mr. R. Maheshwaran, Librarian, University of Peradeniya, have always been great supporters of this event. Thank you very much for your presence and hope you will continue to support us. My gratitude is also extended to all the senior professors, senior lecturers, and the administrative officers from our university and all other universities in Sri Lanka and worldwide for participating in this conference. This is the time to express our sincerest appreciation to our sponsors, Independent Television Network Limited, Capital Maharaja Group, Sunday Times Newspaper, Bank of Ceylon, Atlas, PGIHS, University of Peradeniya, and People's Bank. Without their generous support in various ways, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this event would not have been a reality had it not been for the support, hard work, and dedication of my colleagues, the staff of the Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya. I am indeed grateful for your support and assistance. I extend my thanks to all the administrative staffs including Acting Assistant Registrar, Ms. Lasini Jayasurya, Acting Assistant Bursa, Mr. Shanaka Rodrigo, and all the non-academic staff members of the faculty for their tireless support in making this event a success. This is the high time to thank all the authors and presenters who have selected the iPUMSE 2021 as the platform to present their research findings. And also, I extend my gratitude to all the participants for their participation to this signature event of the faculty. It would be careless of me if I did not recognize the faces behind the scenes. Sometimes we overlook this, but if I were not for the hard work and dedication of these individuals, we would not have been here today. Once again, my deepest appreciation is extended to all who have contributed in some way to this event. I also take this opportunity to wish everyone a productive day today. Thank you.
Madam, thank you very much for giving that credit to all the forces who are behind the success story of iPUMSE 2021. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it brings the inaugural ceremony of iPUMSE 2021 to an official round-off. But just a few reminders we would like to make. So ladies and gentlemen, looking at the time at 11 a.m. in the Sri Lankan local time, we will be starting the keynote speech by Professor Andrew Panibrato, Professor in Strategic and International Management from the Graduate School of Management in St. Petersburg University, Russia, under the title of Russian Multinationals in the Era of Economic Sanctions, which I would call a very timely topic to be discussed. And this is a gentle announcement to the participants who are connected with us via Zoom. So dear participants, please make sure that you will stay with us connected for the keynote speech, also with the link you used for the inaugural ceremony.
After the keynote speech, we will start off with the technical sessions, and we would like to make an open invitation to all of you to join with the respective panels through the Zoom links that we have circulated already. And the most important session in our agenda of iPUMSE 2021 will be the business forum that will commence at 2 p.m. in our local time, where we will discuss more about value co-creation in crisis in more pragmatic perspective.
With those gentle reminders, ladies and gentlemen, we bring the inaugural ceremony of iPUMSE 2021 to an official close. So we would like to express our sincere thanks to all of you for being with us and hope to see you in the upcoming sessions of iPUMSE 2021 as well. With that, we would like to wish you all a very productive and enlightening research experience. And please rise for the national anthem. Thank you.
Sri Lanka Mata, Sri Lanka, Namo, 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 Mata. Sundara Sri Harini, Surani Ati Somamana Lamuha.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is a kind invitation to all of our distinguished guests and invitees who are physically joined with us to enjoy the refreshments arranged outside the auditorium. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Zoom session of the inauguration ceremony of iPUMSE 2021. Now we will be moving to a short break. Please remain connected with us as the next item to follow is the keynote speech. Kindly rejoin the session via the same Zoom link, and let's meet after a short break.
මේ මචං මේක දාලා තින්නේ කැමරාව සික්ලේ දාපුවම වැඩ
Once again, you are joining with the live broadcast of iPUMSE 2021 Peradeniya University International Management Research Session organized by the Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Up next, we have one of the most significant items in today's program, the keynote speech by Professor Andreu Panibretau on Russian multinationals in the era of economic sanctions.
Professor Andreu Panibretau is attached to the Department of Strategic and International Management, Graduate School of Management, St. Petersburg State University of Russia. He is also a renowned lecturer in teaching several courses, especially international business strategy, contemporary strategy analysis, business strategy in emerging markets, and doing business research in emerging markets. In addition, he holds the position of visiting professor at a number of universities and business schools. Professor Andreu Panibretau is the author of more than 140 publications and is a member of several leading international associations and a member of editorial boards of several journals as well. Besides, he is a well-known expert in the field of economic sciences and a member of many professional associations who has won numerous prestigious honors. Let's welcome Professor Andreu Panibretau. Sir, we are truly honored to have you today as the keynote speaker of iPUMSE 2021. Now it is time for a brief introductory video about our keynote speaker. And now we would like to invite Professor Andrei Libretto to deliver the keynote speech. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. First, let me ask if you can hear me clearly. Is sound okay from my side?
Yes, sir, you're clear.
Excellent. So, dear colleagues, dear participants of the conference, distinguished guests, organizers, first of all, let me appreciate your invitation. You have invited me as a keynote speaker, which is a great pleasure and honor for me. From what I have heard from the organizers and chiefs of the conference, you established in an excellent university. You have bright prospects in terms of developing research, and I'm really enthusiastic and very much emotional in joining you for my modest keynote speech. As you have already mentioned, the title for my speech is Russian multinationals and the era of economic sanctions. I will now just share the screen. And let me also ask if you can my slides now.
Yes, sir, we can see the slides as well.
Excellent, excellent, thank you. So let me start. First, thank you for introducing myself. Indeed, I am professor at the Graduate School of Management at St. Petersburg State University. And for more than 10 years, I'm involved in the studies and in the research with the broad title on international business, emerging markets, Russian multinationals, foreign direct investment. And of course, the life is constantly changing, environment changes, which is why the economic sanctions, this is a relatively new theme, especially for countries such as Russia. Russia is surviving, and Russia and the Russian economy survive sanctions within around 7-8 years. And I thought it might be interesting to deliver to the distinguished audience my viewpoint on how this new environment affects strategy of Russian companies, with a special focus on Russian multinationals. Russian multinationals are companies that operate in many countries. They are large enterprises. They are mainly established in 4 major industries: oil and gas, telecommunication, banking, and mining. And there are around 200 to 150 of multinationals in Russia, domestic multinationals. So this is why today's speech will be on the implications of sanctions for Russian multinationals. First of all, let me just briefly go through the idea of the sanctions. First, this is definitely sanctions are the foreign policy instrument that is commonly used by Western countries to signal on disapproval of countries that break international legislation. Usually sanctions lead to the withdrawal of the country from customer trade, from financial relations, and for foreign security policy purposes. Sanctions can be used by countries to penalize national states. Also, they may be targeted to institutions, to individuals, and this is applied to entities that do not follow the rules of general agreement between nations and so on. Essential measures that sanctions include may vary also, they do not involve the use of armed force. And their major idea is to give the effect to the decision making. Specific measures may be chosen according to the goal that sanctioning states pursuing. This may be comprehensive economic and trade sanctions. This may be selected activities, selected restrictions, for instance, travel bans, arm embargoes, etc. In general, economic sanctions may be classified into two major groups. This is individual sanctions and sectoral sanctions. Individual sanctions are the restrictive measures which are introduced against certain groups of people or companies, and sectoral sanctions are those introduced against certain industries of country economy. Briefly on history of Russian sanctions. After the conflict between Russia and Ukraine happened in March 2014, United States and European Union imposed a range of sanctions on individuals, entities, and sectors in Russia. There are three mechanisms of the sanctions in this case. First, sanctions limit the access to the foreign capital for designated Russian companies in the industries that I have mentioned while speaking on multinationals. This is banking, defense, and energy. Second, sanctions restrict import of high technologies in the sectors of oil exploration and production, which is one of the key industries for Russia and for international trade. And number three, they are imposed in the form of embargo on export to Russia of certain military and dual-use goods. Therefore, sanctions were split into two groups. This is against individuals and entities, and sectorial sanctions. And the key Russian individuals and industries faced far more stringent and unpredictable environment due to the sanctions than even before. Apart from direct sanctions against mentioned groups, there are measures that deteriorated the international cooperation. Countries introduced various diplomatic measures and restrictions on economic cooperation with Russia. Let me give you an example. For instance, the EU-Russia summit planned for the year 2014 was cancelled, and instead the G7 meeting was held in Brussels. The new agreement between the European Union and Russia, and as well as continuous just forthcoming and continuous negotiations over Russia's joining OECD, which stands for Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, and the International Energy Agency were also suspended. This is what very much harmed and depressed cooperation of Russia, specifically at the international level. Just briefly about recent development, and this, in fact, this refers to overall picture on sanctions. The serious problem about sanctions is that first, they are applied at the multi-level, and they create unpredictable environment for Russian economy, for Russian firms, and for Russian citizens, for people. Over the whole period of 2014 till today, sanctions were continuously escalating, and while European Union clearly stated what Russia should implement, the United States requirements were not fully obvious. For example, on April 6, 3 years ago, in the year 2018, the US introduced another wave of sanctions, stating the reason here I cite, in response to worldwide malign activity. Thus, it was not clear what actions in principle Russia could take to have sanctions lifted. And as you can...
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. There's a small problem with the slides. Could you please switch on the presentation mode as the slides are not moving? So could you please check that, sir, if possible?
They are moving now?
Not yet, sir. Probably you might have to turn on the presentation mode.
Yes, yes. This is what I did, and that's interesting. I thought.
Moving, sir. Now it's fine, sir. Yes, now it's fine.
It's interesting. Okay, I'm sorry, but on my screen they were continuously moving. So this was first slide. Sorry, I'm very sorry about this, but I was sure it is moving. So these are slides that I have just gone through, and you see next slide. Maybe it's better if I say the title of every next slide, and if you feel they are not moving, please assist me and let me immediately know that something goes wrong, that they are stopped. So now we are on the slide recent development, and you can see this is what happened just 2 days ago, and this is what can very well illustrate the dynamism of sanctions. Just 2 days ago, November 24, sanctions were applied to Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. This is one of the best-known Russian national research universities. And the motive was that this university is involved in providing some assistance to military industry. And the next example, also 2 days ago, US administration mentioned that they would prefer to not impose to mitigate or maybe resist attempts to impose sanctions against the German structures involved in the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project, which is one of the key strategic national priority projects in Russia that coordinates gas supply from Russia to European countries. And this is even 2 small examples. They show the uncertainty that exists even at the level of decision makers about sanctions. So I'm switching to the next slide, counter sanctions. And definitely the economic sanctions against Russia couldn't remain unanswered from the side of the Russian government. And it is really interesting that the groundwork for Russia's counter sanction was laid in January 2010, 4 years prior sanctions were applied, when the food security doctrine was signed at the presidential level. This document targets that domestic production of basic foodstuff, such as potato, dairy products, grain, and meat, should be protected and must become the production priority for national producers. It was formulated further into action plan in the year 2012, and it was also extended on other sectors in April 2014, immediately after sanctions were applied. So, as you can see, Russia was pretty much prepared to the scenario of sanctions. And let me add that from July 2014, Russia banned the import of agricultural products from countries imposing sanctions on Russia. And the Russian government started to introduce different measures to decrease the import dependence on different industries. Apart from this import substitution policy that seemed to be quite efficient, Russia established the national payment system and the respective credit card MIR, which did not exist before sanctions. The introduction of floating exchange rate of Russian ruble in the late 2014 served as a buffer against sanctional risk. various risks related to sanctions, and the devaluation of the currency helped the Central Bank of Russia to replenish its reserves. In April 2018, President Vladimir Putin signed into law an act authorizing restrictions related to the trade with the US and other unfriendly countries. So this was the comprehensive response to the sanctions, which then transformed into the term which is reflected in the book research papers, the title counter sanctions. This is what you can see on the screen. The next slide speaks on the initial effects of sanctions for the economy. First of all, let me say that the overall effect of sanctions, this is what is really complicated indicator to measure, because this may overlap with other effects and events in Russia and in Russian economy. So it's really difficult to disintegrate this effect from other factors, say social economic environment, financial situation, even events such as pandemic, what we have today. Nevertheless, if to speak on the cumulative effect for Russia, the effect, say, of fluctuation in oil prices, that is a major export product for the country and source of revenue for Russian budget. And underperformance of Russian economy and some political uncertainty a few years ago, and plus economic sanctions, this altogether led to a really deep recession in Russian economy in the years 2014, 2015, first 2 years of sanctions being applied. And also several additional major problems, such as depreciation of the value of Russian ruble, inflation, collapse of investors' sentiments, and fall in foreign exchange reserves, and also increased budget deficit. All this led to a really problematic situation for Russia in these 2 years. Otherwise, let me just switch to the positive note. In the year 2016, oil prices rised, and this really helped the economy to exit this 2 years recession. I switch to the next slide, which is on the general effect for the economy. And as you can see, the general effect was multifaceted. First, there was a significant negative effect in the long run, which created the decrease in trade flows, and also deteriorates economic outcomes, various outcomes, financial, manufacturing, investment. This also affects policy indicators, consumer welfare, and many other things. Secondly, sanctions create, let's say, new reality for country, for people, and of course for companies in which they need to operate. For example, it was expected that the sanctions-related restrictions will cost Russia economy 0.2% in annual economic growth over the long run, because of lost business opportunities, under investment in infrastructure, and slower modernization, which I cannot prove or decline, because it's difficult to evaluate, and it's difficult to find an appropriate and valid evaluation of this cost for Russian economy. But still, those restrictions are harmful for economy. And thirdly, the analysis of different cases of sanctions imposition and opinions of expert widely published in media and in the open sources, raise concerns about possibility to lift the sanctions in the short term. In fact, a few years ago, it was expected that sanctions will over within 1 or 2 or 3 years, but we are now on the 8th year of sanctions. And finally, given to the fact that sanctions are most likely to be effective when they are multilateral or multifaceted and comprehensive and target country which is economically vulnerable, it might be expected that more tough measures will be applied and more industries will become subject of sanctions, which is just a prediction or maybe expectation from some experts and specialists. Let me now switch to the effect for Russian multinational enterprises, from which I have started today's speech. According to various estimates, around 20% of the top 100 Russian companies are sanctioned. And of course, most of those top 100 Russian firms are multinational enterprises that operate not only in Russia, but also abroad. They operate in more than one country abroad. They invest, they export, and they establish themselves as international firms of Russian origins. This is why probably further we could replace the term Russian firms with international operations with Russian multinationals. For this keynote speech, I use this as synonymous. In addition, roughly, these companies lost about 25% of their operating revenues, around 50% of their asset value, and around 30–35% of their employees relative to their non-sanctioned counterparts. And definitely in this context, it is very important not only to analyze the global effect of sanctions, but also to consider the consequences for the sanctioned firms. Russian companies experienced limitation in the access to suppliers, financial resources, customers, and what is important, and access to technologies. And they are also restricted in creating new partnerships with the established new partnerships. This is why previous collaboration might enhance their alliance in adaptability. And some companies foster their own current cooperation, which remain unchanged, to say, with some non-sanctioning or neutral or friendly countries. And these type of companies who kept these relationships, they may have less difficulties in overcoming obstacles and to mitigate the effect of sanctions. Important to mention is that the exposure to international markets basically increases the chance for these companies to find substitution for no longer available resources and partnerships. And this is definitely what makes advantage for Russian multinational enterprises. The next slide, this emphasizes two major consequences for Russian firms, for Russian multinationals in particular, namely cooperation and innovation. As to cooperation, the major consequence of sanctions in this case may be, say, breaking or losing relations with customers, with suppliers, and with financial institutions. And maybe even with the foreign governments with which large Russian multinationals were bargaining or negotiating on future deals and projects. The next problem for cooperation would be to find or difficulty to find new agreements or to replace formerly existing agreements. The option would be looking for agreements in Russia and abroad, but this would mean to change the vector on where those agreements might be found. And finally, to potentially mitigate this negative effect for cooperation, probably the biggest role might be taken by the government, who would provide direct support for companies or indirect support through, say, creating the more friendly domestic and maybe even international environment for Russian multinationals, for domestic firms. And the next consequence, the second consequence that I discussed today, this is innovations. This is definitely, this does refer to product and business process innovation and internal environment for firms. And this may also affect creativity of employees. And to mitigate this negative effect referring to innovations might be possible through improving performance in general, probably increasing creativity of employees, and maybe defining new sources for future improvement. So let me just go more with details in cooperation perspective. The reverse effect of economic sanctions is encouraging the companies to find new suppliers, customers, and investors, and definitely forming new agreements. In fact, new partnerships can be found both within country, outside national economy, and interesting is that Russia has successfully switched to new destinations for cooperation. Today, it's not necessarily neighboring countries like former CIS countries or former Soviet countries. For example, as of today, as of the most recent perspective, priority markets for Russia, for Russian multinationals are BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, Eurasian Union, which includes some of the former Soviet Union republics, and the Middle and Southeast Asia, and some other destinations. Government agreements between Russia and other countries and the neutrality in sanctions imposition may ease the process of building either new or alternative business relationships with these, say, neutral or friendly countries. And of course, new suppliers may provide, there may be some problem with new suppliers. They may provide a lower quality of products or services, or request a higher price for the same supply. And still, at the same time, the previous experience of companies, of Russian firms in the sanctioned Russia may significantly mitigate the impact of the sanctions. And definitely this experience is primarily accumulated by multinational enterprises due to their internationalization and due to their international experience. Oh, sorry. So the next slide is effect for foreign firms, and interesting is that economic sanctions, with all the consequences that I have just mentioned, they definitely, one of the implications is that they are forcing firms to quit joint ventures, joint projects, strategic alliances. But this affects not only Russian but also international firms, including those whom national origin is the country that applies sanction. One example is ExxonMobil, the world's largest energy company, originated in the US. This company had to slow and terminate work in many projects with Russian counterparts. Also, Another example is Russian car manufacturing company GAZ. This abbreviation just tells on the location where this company is placed. So GAZ, this company was put under the risk of sanctions. And in a way, it affected the contracts with German car makers, namely Volkswagen and Daimler, who were part of the joint deals with this Russian car manufacturing firm, and also with the US-based firm Cummins Incorporated, which was also part of this deal. This and other examples, they show that even foreign companies may experience the loss of production opportunities due to, and the consequence for them might be unused capacity, increased cost of operations, a rising cost of capital, and higher borrowing costs, lower rates of returns, and many other things. The other just let me give you another example. Sanctions may damage brand image of Western companies, which refer to companies such as McDonald's or Coca-Cola operating in Russia for a long period of time. One example is that immediately after sanctions were applied, around 12 locations of McDonald's in Russia were accused of some violations and temporarily closed in the year 2014. It was viewed by some experts as retaliation from economic sanctions and tarnished the image of the company. And also because of the unfavorable economic environment in Russia, the consumer brand Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola closed and partially suspended operations in the Russian market. For United States companies, this can lead to losing not only a revenue stream, but also a market share, which is a very critical damage due to the very long way and experience that companies like Coca-Cola survived in Russia while establishing themselves and while becoming leaders in the soft drink industry in Russia. The effect for specific effect for Russian multinationals would be first, this is a loss of access to foreign inputs, supply relations, trade relations, looking for new markets abroad. And also some countries have to exit from some companies have to exit from countries that impose the sanctions, which is also one of the policy parts for Russia and for Russia economy. At the same time, let me say that also it is important for companies to focus on enhancing sales on domestic markets. They can also benefit from increasing operations in foreign markets where they can go in, and companies that have already been operating abroad may possess the knowledge and reputation to be able to support and develop their value chains and adapt to the external changes much faster than firms operating only domestically. And this international experience may provide these companies with an additional advantage. Namely, this is speed of adaptation or rearrangement of logistic procedures and process, and also, of course, brand awareness in the foreign markets. And given to those advantages, international companies of Russian origin, namely Russian multinationals, are much more likely to better mitigate and overcome the effect of sanctions. And I'm just trying to follow in the time. Sachini, can you give me a hint what time I have to continue, just roughly?
Yes, sir, you have 4 minutes more because we have planned to conduct the keynote speech until 11:45 Sri Lankan time.
So you said I have how many minutes?
4 minutes, sir. 4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, let me then. I think I will just.
It's okay, sir. Like you
Yes.
can, if you want to, you can take maybe a bit more than that.
Yes, I will just switch to innovation perspective. Then can you see, and this is innovation perspective this is one of the important aspects of sanctions, and this is what is changing a new attitude toward innovations, because they are now, after sanctions are applied, they enable growth and wealth at the normal time, but they cannot do it during sanctions, which is against due to restrictions and bans. And also companies need to better learn and understand how they might survive the uncertainties and sustain competitions. And one of the key negative effects for sanctions in this case is that they are blocking technologies. And companies, on one hand, in a complex and dynamic environment, firms need to increase innovativeness. On the other hand, what Russia faces now, this is the same complex and dynamic environment, even more complex and uncertain than it used to be 80 or some years ago. But they are unable now to implement innovations. And this is what needs to be fixed. In this case, and in this sense, again, Russian multinationals with international operations are much more innovative, and they may even have more initiatives to innovate, because they have already learned innovation scenario. They have established and they keep working with many of their established counterparts and partners. And this demonstrates that international openness definitely stimulates innovativeness and thus mitigates the negative effect of sanctions. And okay, let me just also mention that for innovativeness, it is very important to create special environments at the organizational level, where both managers and employees might organize their communication so that the company might be more resilient to this negative environment. This might refer to creativity of the employees, creativity within innovative environment, development of new products and process, and also facilitation of new ideas among employees. And let me also give you two examples for two well-known and of the national priority Russian projects. One is Crimean Bridge, and second is Nord Stream 2. Without being innovative, those projects wouldn't happen. They couldn't be launched, and they wouldn't be so successful. And one of the policy priorities from the Western side, this is what is often stated in this or that form by countries that applied sanctions. This is said that the pipeline with the Western partners collaboration would be completed, even despite the sanctions. And also the talent perspective might be important. Growing talent, helping companies developing new generation of employees who might be so successful, efficient, innovative, and creative that it might help the company growing and again demonstrating resilience. It might be another direction for how Russia might mitigate sanctions. So now let me just switch to a few concluding remarks. In this keynote speech, I just wanted to emphasize few important implications. First, for economic sanctions applied to Russian economy and to Russian firms, the experience and the activity of Russian multinationals might provide advantage at both at the country and at the industries level. This is due to their international experience, global network, and competitiveness that they have created for themselves. They have accumulated all this, and this may potentially lead to the easiness of the process of finding new suppliers and financial sources abroad, entering new foreign markets, introducing variety of innovations, and facilitating innovations within their companies. The next point is that government support and possibility to enter new agreements in the home country are equally available for all companies. This is not only for Russian multinationals, but also for domestic Russian firms. The next is that Russian companies operating on foreign markets can find new partnerships and introducing their innovations easier than those operating domestically. And despite the initiatives introduced by the Russian government in the field of import substitution and shielding the sanctioned companies and national economy in general, Russian market is not advanced enough to provide the companies with all the needed resources. This is why the internationalization might bring the really significant value in overcoming the negative effect of economic sanctions. And very last slide, this is just to give the prospect for future agenda for this and maybe for relative studies. First, important to understand is that Russian case is really unique, and attitudes of Russian companies can be specific because of the culture and because of the history of Russia. Government support and counter sanctions provide a very specific say shielding and also counter attack to the Western countries who applied sanctions, which makes this case also quite an interesting and multifaceted. Extended effect for sanctions is that they target specific multinational enterprises. They target specific firms, but indirectly they may affect, and they do, they affect much more, far more companies, even those who have no relation to sanctioned firms. And this important is that this extended effect does also apply to foreign firms operating in Russia, which might make national states such as US, European Union countries just starts thinking on maybe this would make sense to discuss again whether sanctions should be continuously applied, or maybe this is the time to sit all of us to the round table and to negotiate again about canceling sanctions or just reducing the scope of sanctions. And also the last point for today's speech, this is that the adaptation is a key for mitigation strategy. You see, even without having sanctions, without being in a really uncertain environment, all companies, all firms need to adapt to the changing environment. This is the management rule. But since today we have as well the COVID-19 pandemic, many other uncertainties, this all adds uncertainty, and may change. This may dramatically change the paradigm of sanctioned environment. And this is all these points that I have reflected in the last slide might become the agenda for future research, for future studies. So this is the end of my speech. I'm really grateful to the audience for listening me. I'm very much thankful to organizers and to chiefs of the conferences for inviting me to give this keynote speech. And I really hope this was more or less interesting, somehow useful for you, and maybe this might bring you new insights about the development of not only Russian economy, but also of other emerging markets that experience similar problems with the uncertainty, with the relationships with the Western world, and many other important and interesting topics for future studies. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insight. It is indeed a great privilege for us to have you here today, even on a virtual platform. Now, we would like to present this virtual token of appreciation to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Andrei U. Panibretov, Department of Strategic and International Management, Graduate School of Management, St. Petersburg State University, Russia, for joining iPUMSE 2021 to enlighten all of us with his knowledge and expertise. Sir, please accept this token of virtual token of appreciation as a symbol of our sincere gratitude. Once again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining us with iPUMSE 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the inaugural session of iPUMSE 2021 conference. And I would like to remind you a few things. As we mentioned earlier too, iPUMSE 2021 conference focuses on 4 tracks, namely HR transformation and organizational agility, operations excellence and digitalization, sustainable finance and governance, and also value-added marketing and innovation. Each of these tracks will comprise 2 sessions. And now, if we remind you of the conference day program once again, the technical session, which you're about to witness after this, will be followed by a short break. And after the break, you could join the business forum, and up next, the closing ceremony. And the best presenters will be awarded at the closing ceremony. The links of the respective Zoom sessions are available in the program booklet, conference webpage, and also on our official Facebook page. And at the same time, you would be able to access those links on our official website too. And we are happy to be of help if you have any questions or concerns. On behalf of the organizing committee of iPUMSE 2021, we highly appreciate your participation and continuous support throughout the day. We hope you have a nice day and a fruitful conference experience. Thank you.